I declare the ordinary council meeting of the 17th of September 2025 open at 3:41 p.m. I'll remind all present that mobile phones must be switched off before the meeting and that the meeting is being recorded and live streamed. Thank you for your patience as we were slightly delayed. We are a family-friendly council here, and Councillor Duffy is present with us today, so we have a little bit of flexibility around that. Now the acknowledgement of country. Wingecarribee Shire Council acknowledges the Gundungurra and Dharawal peoples as the traditional custodians of this land. I pay my respect to the traditional custodians, their ancestors who cared for this country for many thousands of years, and their elders and descendants who continue to care for country. I would also like to extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, including those here today. Item 3, the Statement of Ethical Obligations Acknowledgement. Councillors, you are reminded of the oath or affirmation of office made by you under Section 233A of the Act and your obligations under Council's Code of Conduct to disclose and appropriately manage conflicts of interest. Item number 4, apologies and leave of absence. I move a leave of absence be granted to Mayor Jessie Fitzpatrick for the 17th of September 2025 and 15th of October council meetings. Could I get a seconder, please? Okay, Councillor Duffy, thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Okay, that motion is carried. Confirmation of previous minutes of previous meeting. Please note there are 2 sets of minutes to be confirmed tonight. We now move to the minutes, confirming the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on the 12th of August 2025 and the ordinary meeting held on the 20th of August 2025. I will take these as read. For the extraordinary meeting held on the 12th of August 2025, could I get a seconder, please? Okay, Councillor Farrell. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Okay, and that is carried unanimously. For the ordinary meeting held on the 20th of August 2025, could I get a seconder, please? Councillor Smith. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, Councillor Smith.
Yes, I'd like to declare a significant non-pecuniary interest. It's in relation to Notice of Motion 10.3 for the Nunangoula Regional Art Gallery review, and that is because I'm the council representative on the board. So I will leave the chamber for that.
Okay, so you'll be leaving the chamber for that one. Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the mayoral minute. The notice of a mayoral minute for this council meeting was provided in relation to the New South Wales Department of Education considering placing Penrose School into recess. As the mayor is absent from this meeting, the mayoral minute can't be considered. Okay, yes, Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I move a motion without notice in relation to the Department of Education considering placing Penrose School into recess to the same effect as the mayoral minute is considered by this meeting.
Thank you. And I do agree that that is a matter of urgency, so I rule this matter to be urgent, and I now seek a seconder that we consider it tonight. Okay, Councillor Farrell. Okay, I now put the motion. All in favour?
And Deputy Mayor, I have something to say. Firstly, I'd like to extend my well wishes to the Mayor after his unfortunate accident and to his family, and I hope he has a speedy recovery. I would like to say, however, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we defer the GM review agenda item for today until the Mayor is back. The relationship between the General Manager and the Mayor is imperative, and I think it's critical that the Mayor is here.
I might just check on that because we're currently in the motion to consider the previous mayoral minute now as an urgent notice or an urgent item for this meeting.
That's correct.
Okay, so we need to resolve the renewed mayoral minute first, and then we can go on to your procedural motion. Is that okay? Okay, so we have a seconder for that motion. So all in favour? Okay, that is carried unanimously. Okay, I declare that carried. Councillor Champion, do you move the motion?
Thank you. I move the motion to the same effect as the Mayoral minute as distributed to councillors and published on the council's website. However, with two small changes that I would like to propose, please.
Okay, what are your changes?
Given that councillors have recently received some advice from the local MP, I'd like to remove section B from point 1. Section B says, request details of any process to be undertaken should such consideration proceed. And I'd also like to change point 2 to retain the text but make it letter D of point 1.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that?
Oh. Sorry, yes, it would be letter C because we've lost letter B.
So we have the wording there. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I'd like to propose. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Duffy, I will now put the motion. All those in favour?
Actually, I'd like to speak to that before we...
Can we speak to it now? Before it's voted? Yep. Okay, yep, sorry. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Councillor Champion, for the initiative here. I would like to take a moment to reiterate that schools are important anytime, but particularly given the population growth we're expecting with Barrel South development. So now this is 2 schools we've seen gone, and we're simply not in a position to be able to accommodate the education of the children that are expected to come through with that development.
Okay, thank you. Do any other councillors wish to speak on this? Councillor Champion, would you like your right of reply?
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify why I wanted to make those changes, sorry, I started speaking earlier while I was making the amendment, which was incorrect. But yeah, just to be specific, that we have more information now than when this was drafted about the process that should be undertaken, and so that's not required. But also, I think it is important that we reach out to our MP and to the Director of New South Wales Department of Education to reaffirm Council's advocacy for the retention of local schools. I think that that's an appropriate place to put that advocacy, is in the communication with the government and the relevant department. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now put the motion. All in favour? Okay, so that's Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith, Councillor Foley. All those against? Councillor Kent. That motion is carried. Okay. So, councillors, I move a procedural motion that we resolve the order of business to be changed in order to bring forward the following items by exception, and that the officer's recommendation for each item be adopted. The items I would like to deal with by exception are item 9.3, item 9.4, item 9.5, item 9.6, item 9.8, item 9.10, item 9.13, item 9.17, item 9.18, item 9.19, and item 9.20. Are there any items within this list that any councillors would like to speak to or vote against? Okay. In that case, I will seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. And I will now put the motion. All in favour?
Deputy Mayor, my procedural motion I was speaking to earlier, is that I'd like to pursue that, please.
Yes. Should we do that one next? After this one? Yep. Okay. So all those in favour of this procedural motion? Okay, that's Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith, Councillor Foley. Those against? Councillor Kent. That motion is carried. And now, Councillor Moylan, you have a further procedural motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As I was saying, the agenda item regarding the GM review clearly requires the Mayor to be present. There is no reason not to defer this item. As I was saying, the relationship between the General Manager and the Mayor is critical to the success of this Shire, and we simply need the Mayor present. He was part of the GM review, 25% of that vote. He has very strong opinions on this matter, I know, and he also needs to share his opinions with the other councillors. So it is critical he is here at the vote. The review itself is not required until the 20th of December. So we have plenty of time to do this agenda item. So I strongly urge councillors to vote to defer this agenda item. There simply is not any reason not to. The technical point of us having a quorum as it is out of context. What is more important is that everybody is in the room at the right time to make the right decision.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Russell. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Okay, Councillor Moylan and Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith and Councillor Foley. That motion is lost. Okay, I will now move a procedural motion to bring the following items forward. Those items are 9.7, 9.12, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3 and 12.1. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Duffy. And I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Okay. Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith and Councillor Foley. All those against? Councillor Moylan. That motion is carried. Okay. So we move on to item 9.7 on the agenda, which is the Young Highlands 2025 to 2029 draft for adoption. The recommendation is on page 33 of the agenda. Can I have a mover for this item? Councillor Champion, and can I have a seconder? Councillor Kent. Okay, Councillor Champion.
I would just like to take this opportunity to say how exciting it is both to have a youth strategy in place and also the effort that has gone in, like recognise the effort and the work that's gone into pulling this together in a way that actually reflects what young people want to see in that strategy and their priorities. I think that we've seen at least three, I think it's 3 separate submissions from youth councillors, which given that there aren't very many people on the youth council is a pretty impressive hit rate. And wonderful to see the support from those young people for this strategy and the fact that they've looked at it and taken the time to consider its contents and feel represented by that is really wonderful. I think specifically recognising Josh Mackay, who came to the forum earlier, and his contribution of highlighting the interest of young people in environmental and climate issues, and the fact that the staff have taken this on board, responded to the feedback and included the sustainable and eco-conscious theme, I think is just really hugely improves the strategy and reflects the interests of the young people who gave us that feedback throughout the initial process. I think it also just shows the value of the Youth Council itself in bringing young people together and showing ownership over the strategies that are, reflecting their needs in the Shire. And credit where credit's due, I think that the Mayor instigated that Youth Council, and I'd like to, recognise his contribution in putting it together, but also the contribution of the staff in thinking about how that can be structured in such an effective way. And of course, the students who have, brought their best ideas and their best selves to the table and have put together this really effective strategy. So, yeah, I commend this strategy to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Would you like your right of reply? Okay. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Okay. We now move to item 9.12. Okay, item 9.12, the Public Toilet Plan, draft for adoption. The recommendation is on page 45 of the agenda. Can I have a mover? Councillor Duffy, can I have a seconder? Councillor
I'd like to move it with a change.
Oh, certainly, go ahead.
So I'd like to move that council adopt, let's try that again. A council adopt the public toilet plan with the addition of the Sutton Forest toilet as located at the Sutton Forest Hall to the renewal program, assign a priority and consider for funding in the 27-28 capital works budget. I'm so sorry. I'll look in front of me. Okay, so that council adopt the public toilet plan, Sutton Forest, toilet as located at the Sutton Forest Hall to the renewal program, comma, assign a priority and consider for funding, in the 27-28 capital works budget. And then keep and keep. Yeah.
Okay, you happy with the wording there? Okay, can I have a seconder? Councillor Kent has seconded that one. Okay, Councillor Duffy, do you wish to speak to this item?
I just think that I haven't written anything, this is off the cuff, but it's just something that we can consider, considering what we heard in the public forum about people going to the toilet on the lawn, and many times I've pulled off the highway with my kids to use the public toilet and it's not there and I've had to get them to go on the grass. So I just think it's something that we could look at renewing that toilet that's attached to the hall and see if we can find something in the funding for the 27-28 capital works budget. That was the reasoning.
Would anybody else like to speak to it? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Duffy, for considering this issue and being so bold as to suggest it go into the budget. I would like to put this into context, however. What we're looking at is something that a request of negligible cost. Simply opening the existing bathrooms that are there will cost next to nothing. So I would like to suggest that we go a little bit further and agree to opening the existing bathrooms subject to maintenance works, and then look to having new bathrooms built in the 26-27 budget. So I would like to foreshadow a motion.
Okay, do you have the words ready for that?
Pardon me, Deputy Mayor?
Do you have the words ready for your foreshadowed
Yes.
motion? Okay.
So under number 1, we have number 2.
Can I ask?
Councillor Smith, you have a question?
Is this an amendment or a foreshadowed motion?
We currently have a motion on the table, so you could move an amendment rather than a foreshadowed motion. Yep.
Okay, would you like to proceed with an amendment?
Under 1, we then have number 2. So under paragraph number 1, we add a new number 2. Thank you. So council reassess the maintenance works required to the existing Southern Forest Village Hall external public toilets and bring back a report to council in the October ordinary meeting. Full stop. Subject to the reassessment. Council undertake such maintenance works in 2025 with the view to reopening the existing toilets to be funded by the Capital Works budget full stop. And then paragraph 3, council provision the required funds in the 2026/2027 budget process for the construction of new public toilets in Southern Forest Village in the 2026/2027 financial year.
Okay, councillor, are you happy with the wording there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So if this is an amendment, we need a second. Okay, do I have a seconder for this, councillor Russell? Okay. And councillor Moylan, do you wish to speak on this?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As I was saying, public toilets are obviously important to all of our towns and villages, and I'm thrilled that Hilltop are getting theirs. Yerrinbul got theirs. We do have a case before us that is quite unique in that they're not really asking for money now. It's a negligible cost to simply reopen the existing bathroom. And the sorts of costs that we're looking at are maintenance rather than building or any rework. The public safety issue that we heard Ms. Barnsley talk about is obviously a key factor in deciding on this. Locking the toilet up seems to be exacerbating the safety issue. Because as we've heard, people come around to a picnic area where families congregate and they are urinating in public. This is a clear safety issue and it's happening all hours of the day and night. We've also got evidence of vandalism of the previous council sign that was there, which is the reason it has been replaced. So weighing things up, it's actually safer to open this structure than to keep it closed. The physical safety issue that has been documented, and I thank the Director for Service and Project Delivery for sharing that with us. just to revisit that, we've got tripping over the step as a safety issue. Now, we all know that is not a likely hazard, and weighing that up with the public safety of people urinating in public around families is obvious. We've got cracks in the internal brickwork. I've inspected this property, haven't seen any cracks on the external brickwork. Electrical wires that can easily be fixed by an inducted electrician. And the sagging roof rafters, I would like to have, as I said in the amendment, a reassessment of that and a proper quote put in place to rectify that maintenance issue. So in conclusion, with most decisions, we've got to weigh up the different factors. And if we balance the cost of this maintenance with the benefit to the community that we've heard from the Barnsley family and all those 200 people that have written in the petition, it's pretty clear that reducing the safety factor of vandalism and people urinating in public in a family-friendly area compared to what is a minuscule amount of maintenance, the answer is pretty clear. Now, the other component of this is factoring it into the budget. These people have waited for 40 years. I think they can be to be commended on their patience. Let's do something for the community. They're not asking for that much, and vote this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, would anybody else like to speak? Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan just mentioned that the costs would be negligible and that it would be safer to reopen. Could I ask through the General Manager for some commentary from the relevant officers in relation to that, please?
Yep, to the General Manager.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just got to get used to saying that. And thank you for your question, Councillor Smith. I'll ask the Manager Assets to respond to that. As I understand, the Assets team have had a structural engineer look at the facility and also what it would mean to bring it up to standard and make changes, including removing the urinal. Mr Robinson.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So yes, Council did complete a structural engineering report on the Sutton Forest Hall in its entirety. It was completed earlier in the year. The report was only received only very recently, as in yesterday. But it does conclude that the hall is, without a doubt, in a tired state. There are cracks all throughout the brickwork, which one could assume as a result of the settlement of the different foundations. You'll be able to see that across the cracks, metal plates have been installed to try and stitch the cracks together, but then there's also cracks around the bolts in the metal plates. So it is in a tired state, there's no denying that. In relation to opening up the toilet at the rear of the building for public use, there's a number of complexities to it. The toilet is the male toilet for the hall. The design of the hall is that there's 2 female toilets inside the hall. There's 1 male toilet external to the hall. To convert the male toilet into a public toilet that is not for the purpose of servicing the users of the hall, but rather to operate as a public toilet to any and all, it is a change of use in that sense. And so that's where there is a requirement to then bring it up to current standards. And that's where we then get the complexities of accessibility requirements and minimum space requirements. I would also assert that I don't believe the current facility is in a suitable location for a public toilet in relation to the passive surveillance of it. All that withstanding, nothing is impossible, to speak frank, but is it a prudent course of action? I would assert that there are other higher needs in the public toilet portfolio. Mount Gibraltar, Bowral Lookout public toilets being one, Lions Park in Bowral another. There are a number of existing public toilets that are co-located with park facilities or other reserves or community infrastructure that are in a tired and dilapidated state.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith?
And also just further to that, Councillor Moylan did say that it would be negligible cost. So I'm interested to find out through Deputy Mayor, through the General Manager, if there's any sense of the budget that would be involved.
Thank you. General Manager?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Mr Robinson, are you able to give an indication based on recent experience?
To offer a cost for, thank you, General Manager, through you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, I wouldn't be able to provide a cost estimate for what would it be to convert the existing facility in maintenance, with maintenance works, to a public toilet, because I don't believe that is a viable, it's not a viable action to do it in strict compliance with our development legislation. It's a change of use, and so it would need to meet current requirements, which I don't believe could be done with the current structure. And so in terms of what is a public toilet construction project, Urimble, public toilets is our most recent example, and it does have similarities in terms of it not being connected to the sewer reticulation network. That project was in the order of $200,000. That was for a 2-cubicle unisex facility connected to its own pump-out sewer network.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Kent?
Madam Deputy Mayor, a question to the General Manager through you. I'm aware we've got several halls in the Shire, and they're usually community use, and I understand toilets being open when those halls are open, but it seems like we've got a hall here that's designed such that there's an external facility, and some members of the public are seeing that external facility when the hall is not in use and seeking to make use of this external facility. So I guess my question is it usual that when a council facility such as a hall, public hall, is not used, a bit like the CWA, say, here in Mossvale, is not actually in use by the community organisation at the time, is it usual that the toilets associated with that facility are open generally? And if so, who actually looks after the opening, the closing, the cleaning, all those things?
Okay. To you, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Mr Robinson or Mr Mills, who would like to answer that? Mr Robinson.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm not aware of any other situations where that would be the case. It's obviously more common for the toilets associated with a hall to be exclusively within the building. No recent examples come to mind of where that is, I guess, an arrangement. But I believe it, I guess my understanding is that it would be a reasonable expectation for users or hirers of the hall to expect that they have exclusive use of facilities associated with the hall. And when the hall isn't in use, well, the facilities associated with it would also then be locked.
Okay. Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much for that. Is my microphone on? Yep. Thanks very much for that answer. Makes sense. Now, speaking to the third item of this proposed amendment, I'm not in favour of committing a decision about next year's budget on the fly, locking in something when we haven't even started the preparation process for next year's budget and are unaware of all of the needs of the Shire for next year. I don't think this would set a pretty difficult and uncomfortable precedent in my view, and I don't support it.
Thank you. And Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a couple of questions around the budget. So through you, Deputy Mayor, what are the costs for Berrima Camp bathrooms? What are the cost estimates for that public toilet?
General Manager.
Through you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Are you referring to the maintenance of the toilets or the upgrade, Councillor Moylan?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the upgrade.
Mr Robinson?
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor. We don't have a recent costing for what it would be for the implementation of the concept design for the Berrima Camping Ground upgrade. Back when the concept was prepared, I believe it would be 2 years ago, it was in the order of $1 million. However, that facility isn't a standard 2-cubicle unisex public toilet, but rather it's a camping ground amenities. And so it included showers as well as, I guess, a number of toilet facilities. It also included the complexities associated with it being a heritage significant area. And so that places additional requirements for the conservation management side of things, as well as, I believe, it had some complexities in terms of the water and sewer connections required for it, and the parking and accessibility. So it was and it will be a lot of money, but it's also different to, for example, the Yarramble Public Toilets project.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moylan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through you again, Deputy Mayor, do we have cost estimates for the Lions Park bathroom that is, I believe, just 2 stalls?
Okay, thank you. General Manager?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. You've become the public toilet expert. Mr Robinson, could you talk about the Lions Park public toilets? Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Similar in that was in a design phase in, I believe it was 2021, 2022. That was in the order of 600 to 700,000. Again, that was a different project to our standard community, I guess, level facilities, where given that it is in a city centre location in a unique park setting, that was then of its own custom design with like brickwork, as well as upgrades to the supporting, like the pathways within the park to ensure it met the accessibility requirements.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And a question on the change of use point, through you, Deputy Mayor. With the change of use, have I heard correctly that we've got a public toilet which is external to the Sutton Forest Hall, and we're still keeping it as a public toilet? We're simply opening that public toilet. Could you help me understand what we're talking about when we're talking about change of use?
Okay, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Mr Robinson.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I wouldn't classify that external toilet as a public toilet facility. Its classification is it is the male toilet facility associated with the hall for the purpose of the hall. Converting it, or then it instead being utilised as a unisex facility as a public toilet, unrelated or disconnected to the hall, is a change in use. That's the, and I would acknowledge that is a nuance that wasn't acknowledged or seen in those earlier council reports that have been referenced from back in 2020 and 2021, where it plays both sides of the commentary in acknowledging that it is for the users of the hall, but then also describing it as a renewal project. The construction of a public toilet facility at that location would be a new facility that does not exist currently. All that exists currently are toilets to service the hall as a requirement of a community hall.
Okay, Councillor Russell?
I'm really grateful at how hard we are all working to endeavour to find a solution for people in their moment of need on this particular road. My question through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, if we were to make provision in this public toilet policy for instances where there are no public toilet facilities available, we enable hall facilities in specified circumstances such as Sutton Forest to be perceived as public toilets to meet a fundamental need. Is that a possible solution to this dilemma? To adopting a can-do attitude. Yeah, adopting a can-do attitude.
Thank you. Was that a question? Okay, to you, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Mr Robinson, would you be able to just talk about provision of public toilets versus toilets associated with halls and what your views are about that?
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I wouldn't be able to, I guess, confirm or offer formal support for the informal use of facilities associated for a particular purpose to then be used for other purposes. I wouldn't believe that. I don't believe that's a formal position that council would be able to take. What happens pragmatically or operationally or informally is obviously a separate matter, but council wouldn't be able to formally have the external toilet, which is the male toilet for the hall, be a pseudo-public toilet as a unisex facility. It is a change of use. It has a male urinal in it currently, is my understanding. And so it is a conversion, and it's for a different purpose than what its construction is. And for new public toilets, I would assert that public toilet locations need to be co-located with existing facilities. When I reflect on the recent new public toilets that council has constructed over the past couple of years, we are looking at locations like Yurambil. However, that's on a walk-in path that's connected to the community hall, but also to a play space and a train station and a reserve. We look at Bonbon Common. That's clearly co-located with playgrounds, walking track, car park, a whole host of community facilities. Similar with Casburn Park, similar with Collovale, apologies, with Hilltop, which is the next new public toilet the council is constructing. I think it is a matter of prioritisation. It's a matter of ensuring that we're doing, there's plenty of good projects that council could do out there, but it's around prioritising the best ones that offer the most value for money.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, is it not councillors who set policy, and within that, the scope of that policy, for example, in this instance, the public toilet policy, we could allow provision as the governing body that this is made easy?
Okay, General Manager.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the councillors, you're correct, Councillor Russell, councillors are responsible for strategy and policy, after considering professional officers' report, advice. Public toilets, when you look at siting public toilets, you apply CEPTED principles, crime prevention through environmental design, and that's what Mr Robinson was alluding to in terms of passive surveillance. At the end of the day, the council can choose to either accept that advice or not. That is a matter for the council.
Okay, Councillor Russell.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, is there particular signage on the outside of the toilet or wording of the signage that we could implement to make it just, people aware that there's a urinal in there as well, so that they are in an informal unisex toilet, and perhaps even just establish a little group, acknowledging that this is actually servicing the Sutton Forest small little enclave of small businesses, and we are endeavouring to support our little regional towns and villages in their business communities for part of our vision for the Highlands.
Was that to the General Manager? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think Mr Robinson's raised about the structural issues. At the end of the day, it's a matter for the council. What I would say is that there are structural issues. There is a urinal in there. Hirers of the hall If they're hiring it for an engagement party or a play group or a meeting, would have an expectation that they would have access, like they would have sole access. We can change that. We can inform people that they won't have sole access, that there will be members of the community using the toilets if they choose to hire the hall. Again, it's a matter for the council.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak to it.
Councillor Russell.
I'd like to speak to this amendment. In the Southern Highlands, we pride ourselves on our towns and villages and our small business communities and the bespoke nature of those small business communities. We do have a charming little village called Sutton Forest that for many people is the gateway to the Southern Highlands as they come off the Illawarra Highway. It's their first stop. And impressions are important, and our reputation as a shire is important. Now, there's obviously time that it takes to update facilities and find budgeting. But in the meantime, I think that we need to sometimes look at not what can stop us, but what we can do. And that part of the charm of living in a rural area is some things are bespoke. And in this case, it's a toilet attached to a hall that is bespoke. And I see no issue in us adopting a can-do approach to this to meet the needs of our visitor economy, our community, adopting a can-do, well, we can pop a sign on there. You know, it can be, this is a charming country dunny. It's unisex. Use at own risk. Check for redbacks under the toilet lid if you like. That we run the risk of adopting an overtly risk-averse culture in a country community that has always applied common sense first. And I don't want to see our council mocked over this, over adopting an attitude where we see only the limitations, not the possibilities, and not the community spirit that is offering to work in partnership with us for the Sutton Forest business community. So I support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Farrell.
Yeah, this may be a dumb idea, but could we have the current toilet there as a male toilet and perhaps put a portable toilet there for female use? It's probably got ramifications that we can't do that, but maybe it's an idea.
Okay, General Manager.
Sorry, Mr. Robinson. What do you think about the feasibility of that?
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I wouldn't recommend the use of a portable toilet as a permanent public toilet facility.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, is the unisex accessible facility requirement, this is a technical question, as per AS 1428, referenced by the National Construction Code 2022, only invoked if there are works done involving more than 50% of the entire building site, meaning the whole gender issue is only invoked if we're building or changing it for more than 50%.
General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Correct, that is part of the AS 1428.1, but it also includes a provision for or if there is a change of use. And so that would be the sticking point in this matter, in that it's a change of use from a male toilet associated with the function of the hall in terms of its conversion to a public toilet that is a unisex facility.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Champion.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the GM. I have a question. GM, you said that it is a matter for council and that plausibly this can be done. However, the advice that I heard from Mr. Robinson earlier was that this would constitute a change of use and there are compliance issues. Could you please clarify what the compliance issues would be and whether council would be at risk of violating any specific legislation if we were to do this, such as the EPA Act or the Building Code of Australia or anything else that I might have missed?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr Robinson, if we need to take it on notice, happy to do that, so don't feel compelled.
Thank you, General Manager. Only in the sense that I guess the works wouldn't be in compliance with current Australian standards and planning legislation. Given that our assessment is that it does constitute a change of use, and so given that it's a change of use, it therefore needs to meet the current standards of the NCC and Australian standards, of which it would not, and so that would be the violation there. In terms of what would be the consequences or the impacts of that, that's difficult to speak to. That's where it'd be in relation to compliance. It'd be in relation to if anything was to occur, I would assert that council would therefore be exposed. That is consistent, obviously, across the suite of infrastructure and maintenance works that council does, where we do have a requirement to meet standards, and if we don't, well, then there is exposure there.
Thank you. Councillor Champion?
Thank you for that. Just a follow-up question, because that is what I was trying to get at, around the implications of not meeting those standards. I'm just wondering if there are, if there are implications for violating, the way that you, what you implied just then to me sounded like we would be waiting to see whether there was some kind of lawsuit, as opposed to violating a law by actually building the toilet in the first place. So this may be a question for the GM, it may be a question for you, Mr. Robinson, I'm not sure, but I'm just wondering whether the violation of those standards would happen at the opening of an improperly, a toilet that doesn't meet standards, or whether it would be a risk that we would be running in the longer term.
Okay. General Manager.
Councillor, just I guess to provide some assistance, and excuse my voice, I've got a bit of a cold. The matter before you is whether or not you wish to include public toilets in the public toilet plan that's before you. And if you do, then what are the options to enable that? So there is the option of renovating or making suitable the current toilet that's there, the male toilet, and converting that into a public use toilet. Mr. Robinson's outlined that it would need to be brought up to a current standard, and that is an option. With that, though, there is the issue that there isn't passive surveillance, and that's a reality, but there is that option. So that's one option before you. The other option, if you're of a mind to include it in the public toilet plan, is to construct a new toilet block. As Mr. Robinson said, similar to what we are doing what we've done at Urimble, where you have a 2-cubicle unisex toilet. Unisex toilets don't have urinals in them, so it would be a 2-cubicle toilet structure, and that's the other option. And then looking at where that could possibly go on the site that we own in Sutton Forest. Then you come to the matter of funding. So it would be then looking at the current year's budget and looking at, once we have a cost, whether you want to reprioritise something else in this year's budget to pay for that toilet, or factor that in as part of your considerations in 2026-27 budget for a new toilet block. So councillors, just to assist you, I see if you're of a mind, and you all appear to be of a mind, to include a toilet facility in Sutton Forest, or maybe not. But they're the options that I can see just to try and simplify it and assist you.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the General Manager for bringing that perspective. I would like to make a change to my amendment, Deputy Mayor.
Certainly. Do you have the words for that?
Certainly. So in paragraph number 2, council reassess. Council reassess the maintenance works required and assess all regulations, legislation, just all regulations and legislation, thank you, to the existing Southern Forest Village Hall, external public toilets, and bring back a report to council in the October meeting. And then subject to the reassessment. The point I'm making here, Deputy Mayor, is obviously there's a lot of interest amongst the councillors in this, and we've talked about nuances of toilets and change of use and gender and all this sort of thing. I think this is worth pursuing, and we actually need a full report for us to consider this properly and for staff to have the opportunity to put forward every option available to us.
Okay, thank you. And just check that the seconder was happy with that change. Okay, thank you, Councillor Russell. Okay, did anybody wish to speak to the current amendment? Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to speak purely to this amendment, actually no, let's just do the whole thing. Look, I want to thank the Sutton Forest community for its representations and its advocacy. I think this is a hard thing for council to decide on, as public toilets are a matter of human dignity, and everybody, especially when the community has advocated for so long, and everybody here wants to see people being able to access the loo. I think it's clear from the fact that we've received a report, just to deal with the amendment, I think it's clear from the fact that we've received a report just yesterday that it's not necessary to get a new report on the maintenance works required. And I think point 2 of the amendment is a bit redundant. I also think that we have enough information available to us at this point in time to make a decision on the toilet strategy broadly. And I just want to say, I think it's really unfortunate, because I like the idea of creative solutions and small villages having, different approaches to things compared to the rest of the Shire. I think that's normal and sensible, but unfortunately I don't think the stopgap solution of using the existing hall toilet is an appropriate one. Council has a responsibility to be compliant with current standards when bringing a facility into use, and this one doesn't meet the standards. And I think council should be a leader in safety and quality and disability access. And people have a good reason to expect that council facilities should meet those standards. So it's unfortunate, but I don't think it's a solution we can pursue appropriately. However, if we were to construct something new and meet those needs and standards, it makes sense for the location and design to be assessed carefully and given due consideration in relation to the rest of the strategy and planning for the Shire's toilets. So I think the Sutton Forest community deserves a clearer sense of how this will proceed, which is why I support the motion, the original motion as changed by Councillor Duffy, which provides for that process.
Thank you, Councillor Champion. Councillor Russell.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I've got a question for the General Manager. Am I right in understanding that actually the toilet is currently in use because of the needs of the hall?
To you, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Mr Robinson.
No, my understanding is that the external toilet is currently closed to use, and the internal toilets have been adjusted such that there's provision for male and female there. The difference being that it's not a change of use, given that it's still for the sole purpose of servicing the hall. the crux of the planning consideration around the external one is about it changing from a male toilet for the purpose of the use, like for the purpose of the hall, to a public toilet that is disconnected from the use of the hall. And I can appreciate that it at times can feel like a meaningless nuance in that sense, but that is the planning environment that we work within. It has pros and cons, but it's also with it's the nature of having controlled development. If we don't want controlled development, then we can't have concerns when various things happen across the Shire outside of those planning controls. We stick to controls or we don't.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, a bigger picture question. Do you feel we've lost perspective when we are comparing the costs of an electrician and perhaps some minor maintenance works compared to $1 million Lions Park bathroom upgrade? And do you feel we've lost perspective when we can't simply open an existing bathroom for a community that has given so much? Is that something you would agree with?
General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor, you have a motion before you, and I think it's a matter for the council. Thank you, Councillor Moylan.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Can I ask that we put this to the vote?
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Kent. I will now put the motion, the amendment, my apologies. I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Foley. That amendment is lost. We now return to the original motion. Yes, Councillor Russell.
I would like to move another amendment, please.
Okay, do you have your wording ready?
I'm just going to have to say it, but I'll say it slowly. That council open the existing that council open the toilet at the back of Sutton Forest Hall, comma, with signage on the outside that states the nature of the toilet and its condition, comma, and any risks that council deems necessary to mention, and point 2, that council engage with the Sutton Forest business community as to how cleaning and maintenance of that toilet can best be managed until such time as a new facility that is standard, that is to standard, is provided. And then the third point would be the original point that Councillor Duffy had on her amendment. And 4, that provision, it has to be that council allow provision for the inclusion of spare toilets associated with council-owned halls to be made available for public use in instances where no other option is available. So there's just, a best after in the number, point 2, that toilet can best be managed. Yeah, a little S in there. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Russell, are you happy with the wording there?
Can I, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, could you just get governance to check that that wording is all satisfactory?
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Moylan and Councillor Russell.
We are fortunate and unfortunate enough to live in 2025 when our simple ways of doing life in the country have become complicated by seemingly actually an American system of concern for, or hyper concern for risk management. Instead of looking at what we can do as a society to meet the needs of our community in a really simple way. I am a fan of Occam's razor, keep it simple, stupid. We obviously have announced our intention to build a new toilet, but until that time, we do have an unsanitary situation in one of our gateway towns. And I will call him Honourable, the Honourable Mr Barnsley mentioned that we are about to have increased visitation to the area due to the renewed interest in Hilltop. Is it Hillview, close by. We do get an abundance of visitors on the weekend, and our visitor economy is a core part of our economy. Let's see if we can just take a padlock off a door, allow people to take some personal responsibility for their choices. We don't need to change, we don't need to mention that it's changed from male if that's going to complicate things. So we're not entering into a change of use. We are keeping it simple because we're not stupid. Let's not be stupid. Please, let's do this for our Sutton Forest village community of small businesses. So we're walking the talk about supporting our small businesses and our small villages.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
When I look at this amendment, we've actually lost the original motion. I'll just remind everybody, the original officer's recommendation is we adopt the public toilet plan as included in the attachment of the report, and we actually write to those who provided submissions during the public exhibition period to thank them for their feedback. We've gone well off track. We've heard the professional officers' feedback on this. We've heard the complexity with toilets attached to halls and how, in my experience and the public officers' explanation, that those toilets are open when the halls are open. You know, all of us are sitting here with the community's interests at heart. I have personally worked with Mr Barnsley on a couple of things directly through to the professional officers in the last few months, so I'm not hard-hearted at all, but I just think we're getting way off track. And as responsible, connected councillors, we do not have to solve the Sutton Forest temporary or long-term toilet today and try and commit to next year's financial plan. We just simply need to get on and endorse the original recommendation and continue to work with the community as we always do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Russell.
Councillor Kent raised a valid point, and I thank him for that. Could we please include the original intention to adopt, once these are, so I think I would say, is it the, yeah, it's adopted, but yeah, to thank those who made submissions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are you happy with the wording there, Councillor Russell? And
Thank you.
then I'll just check if Councillor Moylan as the seconder was happy with that change.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'll also speak to the amendment. Councillors, we have lost sight of what we're trying to do here. We're simply trying to open an existing bathroom, and we are facing a complete overreach of regulations, legislation and common sense, quite frankly. We're also losing perspective of the costs here, and I commend Councillor Farrell for his lateral thinking in just trying to find a simple solution for this community. If this is voted down, this is a very sad state of affairs for this shire, but also this community. We've heard the work that this Southern Forest Association has done for the community, and in my view, to vote this down, we are completely out of touch with the people and the reason why we are here. We are here to advocate for the community, to keep council accountable. We're not here to navigate through nuances of bathrooms, through regulations, legislation, to simply undo an existing bathroom. And we've already heard that the change of use by the gender issue does not come into play with this. So it is beyond me why we can't open a bathroom for a community who has done so much for us. So I commend Councillor Russell for bringing this back to where it needs to be. And I'm really looking forward to the majority of councillors thinking with their heads, their hearts and the community.
Thank you, Councillor Moylan. Councillor Farrell.
Look, I agree with what Councillor Russell's proposed there. I think it's a temporary solution, but human nature as it is, we're leaving the council open for criticism. The people that use those toilets are going to go, well, these aren't up to standard. These look bloody terrible. And all that does is bring disrepute on the council because we've sort of done a half-hearted job of trying to fix the problem. Like I'm in two minds here. I can see the problem that Sutton Forest has got with the toilets, and I'd like to see this happen that Councillor Russell's put forward, I'd like to try that and see what happens. I don't know. I think we'll probably get criticism, and if that criticism is too big and too much to handle, then we look at other solutions. But I think we've got a toilet there. It's not the ideal way of fixing it, but at least it's a toilet and people aren't doing their business on the ground outside it. And just to leave it shut like that, people are going to continue to do their business outside of it. So, look, yeah, I'll vote for this because I think it's maybe it's not the best solution, but maybe it's a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. I do have a question for you, General Manager, around point 4, allowing the provision of inclusion of spare toilets associated with council-owned halls to be made available for public use. This is referring to toilets, not just the Sutton Hall, but this is referring to any toilet that's associated with the council-owned hall. Are there, other than this one particular example at Sutton Forest, are there any others that come to mind that clause would apply?
I think we may have to take that on notice, Deputy Mayor. Most of the toilets, as I understand, are actually inside the facilities. When the facilities are not hired out, they're locked, clearly, because of the other equipment and facilities inside the building.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have anything further to add?
Can we put it to the vote, please?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Councillor Russell.
Would it make you feel, Deputy Mayor, would it make you feel more comfortable if I specified the Sutton Forest in that? You're feeling sure about being able to vote for it?
If that's an amendment that you wish to make, then that would make this a bit more specific.
I'm happy to do that. So I allow provision for the inclusion of the spare toilet at Sutton Forest. Oh, sorry, associated with Sutton Forest Hall. Yeah, to be made available for public use, and then just as no other option is available. Currently, we'll say currently. Yeah. Thank you.
And Councillor Moylan as the seconder, are you happy with that change? Okay, so we'll, do I have a seconder to put the vote? Councillor Moylan. So we'll now put that to the vote, those for. Oh, sorry, the amendment. That was the amendment. We're putting the amendment. So Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, Councillor Foley. Those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That motion, that amendment is carried.
So the amendment becomes the motion?
So the amendment is now the motion. Did anybody wish to speak to this one that hasn't already spoken to it? No? Okay, we can put that one to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, Councillor Foley. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That motion is carried. We now move to item notice of motion 10.1. Okay. Notice of motion 10.1, the Wingecarribee Shire Roads Assessment Bus Tour for councillors. Councillor Moylan, do you wish to move your motion?
Yes, thank
Councillor
you,
Motion.
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Moylan, do we have a seconder? Okay, with no seconder, that motion has lapsed. Oh, sorry, did I? Okay, so Councillor Russell is seconding that motion. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, councillors, the Wingecarribee Shire Road Assessment Bus Tour for councillors. Firstly, we know that roads is a major source of community concern. It has been evidenced by the past 8 years in surveys, but also with the community speaking today at the public forum, and it is our top priority in our community strategic plan. The reason I have initiated this motion is there has been a disparity of councillor perspectives when it comes to roads. Indeed, words like reckless have been used to the movement of money into roads, and I've also heard comments by councillors in this forum, in this chamber, say, since we've elected, all the roads seem to be fixed, and I'm hearing everywhere that the roads are a lot better. So the purpose of this initiative is to bring us together so that we are looking at the roads firsthand, all together, and we have a clear baseline. And obviously, having this clear baseline is going to help us with decision making, because a shared perspective brings us onto the same page. And once we have this tour, I am suggesting that we collect the information, we listen to the community. I've put forward there that we meet 2 community members from each village and town so that they can tell us their experience with the roads that are in most need. Once we have this information, we can come back and look at putting into place a long-term plan to fix our roads and review it holistically, as well as a short and medium-term plan. Now, the costs are, on my estimate, less than $1,000. So I'm sure, even though we've got our financial statements to go through tonight, I'm sure that we can obviously foot that bill. In terms of tours, we're used to tours. We went on a bus tour when we were inducted, and we did have a look at the council's assets. However, we didn't seem to go on the roads that are in most need. Lastly, the community. I feel, based on some of the comments we've made and based on what can only be described as a reluctance to reallocate funds to our top priority of roads, that we are now out of touch with the community when it comes to their number one priority. So meeting with the residents and actually hearing their stories, like we did with Mr. Boland today, is critical for us to be able to discharge our role as councillors, advocating for the community and holding the council to account. Now, in terms of wants and needs, obviously roads is a need. And we have got many other items on the agenda tonight which are wants. So I urge you to take this small step of a tour so that we can put into perspective what is a need for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moylan. Did anybody else wish to speak to this one? Councillor Russell.
I thank Mr. Boland for his presentation and the slides that he presented. I have a question. Before I speak, actually, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, I have a question. How long is it until our segmentation of roads, so we can more clearly identify the Category 5 condition roads, is completed?
Okay, to you, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor Russell. As councillors are aware, over the last 12 months, the team have done significant work with the asset system. the council, as one of your first reports, adopted the tender for the integration of the asset management system and the finance system, which is what you're alluding to, Councillor Russell, in terms of the segments. When that's fully integrated, we're able then to model how much it will cost to bring up our roads to a standard that the community expect, whatever that standard is, in the different areas across the Shire. And we all know and we acknowledge that a significant investment of funds is required. I'll ask the Director, Service and Project Delivery, Mr McAllister, to provide you with an update on where the team are at with the asset management system. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We are currently scheduled to go live next Monday with the asset management system. All data will be transferred across. All of our professional officers are currently undergoing detailed training in the system and how to use the system. We will then be moving forward with looking at the modelling in regards to the additional segmentation that I think you're referring to, which also relates back to a previous council report. That will be undertaken over the next 12 months. It's quite a detailed task to actually go through and re-break up all of our road segments into smaller segments. As alluded to in the past, currently our road segments go essentially from intersection to intersection and are therefore differing in sizes because of that. The commitment was provided over the coming 12 months to go back and re-break that up into smaller segments to actually provide that level of detail.
Thank you very much. Councillor Russell?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, because we haven't had the capacity and still don't for that segmentation to identify the Category 5 sections of road on those longer country roads, is it possible that the areas similar to what Mr Boland is alluding to have been missed in our road prioritisation of road maintenance schedule?
Okay, to you, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor Russell. Just because they haven't been broken up into that segments is not an indication that the engineers and the roads teams aren't aware of that. And again, I'll ask Mr McAllister to run through the program. The council are all aware that we've had 18 natural disaster declarations since 2019-20. What that has meant is that every declaration, engineers go out and they look at the roads, the images, slips and slides that have been happening and have had to put in quite detailed reports to Transport for New South Wales to claim back as a result of that. We've recently been granted significant funds from the floods in 2022 and the events of 2024. That's 3 years ago, but that's the process that we've had to go through. And a number of the roads that have been raised and have been continued to be raised were those that have been subject to that DFR, disaster funding recovery money. Mr McAllister, please provide an overview of the program that Council is funding in this 12 months plus the DFRA.
Thank you, General Manager. I just want to reiterate that we have over 1,200 kilometres of road, and our asset management plan and our forward program of works has been pulled together based upon, I guess, engineering data and the professional opinion of certified engineers. As the General Manager alluded to, we have now had 18 natural disasters. Our Speaker in Public Forum highlighted the sheer amount of rain that we've actually had in Canyon-Lee. That's representative across the Shire. When we have rain events, we have officers actually patrol the roads and actually identify those defects. That further supplements customer inquiries and defects that people log through, whether it's Snap, Send, Solve or directly through our CRM system. That is then also complemented by, I'm going to say, the engineering data that was conducted through the IMG audit, okay? All that goes into formulating our program. In regards to some of our larger, I guess, gaps or issues with roads, it has been caused through natural disasters. We have been successful in a significant amount of money through the New South Wales government and that disaster recovery funding arrangement. That has taken some 2 to 3 years to actually get through to the approval stage where we've actually got funding, and we're now about to commence. And when I say commence, within the coming weeks of actually starting to implement that funding down onto our roads and transport infrastructure and start to see repairs. That will cover most roads across the Shire. There are a couple of large exceptions to that, predominantly being the Wombian Caves Road and Mayoral Road, where there are significant issues. And to reiterate what the resident within the public forum highlighted, like people live in these areas, but they still expect a level of service. People in Mayoral and Wombian Caves Road have been waiting for a number of years for appropriate funding to rebuild those roads. In regards to, I'm going to say, if I wanted to call out Kenyon Lee, because we do have a member for Public Forum speaking there, there is a couple $100,000 that we've secured through DFRA that relates to the sealed road funding, the sealed road section of Kenyon Lee Road. That will be put in place within the next sort of couple of months. We're waiting for the temperatures actually to rise so that heavy patching on that sealed road would actually stick and last longer. In relation to other roads in the area, within the coming month to 2 months, the complete unsealed section of Kenyon Lee Road and or then Inverary Road will actually be completed in the sense of drainage and a complete regrade of the road. It's representative of what we're doing in one part, but I'd like to also highlight that the roads maintenance program captures, and it's captured within our capital works. There's road works going across the entire Shire, and then we have our maintenance program where the teams are working through the Shire on a cyclic basis to make sure that those roads are graded. I will highlight that it is slower than what we would ideally like, but the main issue that the team is focused on at the moment is not only grading the road, but actually grading the road and reinstating the drains on the side of the road to ensure that when we do have rain and we continue to get large, amounts of rain, that is able to freely drain away from the road and further reduce impacts on the road surface.
So, Mr McAllister, could you share how much we've recovered from the 22-24 DFRA? Thank you.
It's in the vicinity of $20 million, and that will supplement our existing capital works program for the 25-26 year, which is around $13 million. And then we have our maintenance program predominantly for the unsealed roads, but it does also cover potholing, which is just over $8 million.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd firstly like to call out a misrepresentation by Councillor Moylan. Councillor Moylan stated that we were at the council out of touch with our community. I frankly find that not a correct representation. I think the Director of Service and Project Delivery just outlined how much focus there is on roads and the extensive challenges that are faced. And so I find this whole NOM frankly a farce and the aim of a photo opportunity. We do not need to put councillors in a bus.
Point of order, Deputy
Mayor. What is your point of order?
How is that not...
Section 15.11D of the Code of Meeting Practice, act of disorder imputing improper motives. I take great offence to the insult just targeted at me by Councillor Smith, and I ask for an apology. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, do you wish to reply to the point?
I'm not sure what I'm to apologise for. What did I say that was offensive? I said it was a farce, and I said you were misrepresenting council. I'm unsure.
For order, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Smith must go through the Deputy Mayor when asking a question of a councillor.
Okay, I'm not going to uphold that point of order because I wish to hear the rest of what Councillor Smith has to say. Councillor Smith, perhaps be mindful of the language that you use when you're expressing your opinion on this matter.
No problem. So, frankly, I feel that to hop on a bus tour will not have any material impact. And I think that this particular department, we have had many conversations around roads. I do not understand how we would travel 1,200 kilometres of roads and get a fair sense of things. I don't think it's a good use of council resources or councillor time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much. I think the challenges of our road network are well understood. I agree with Councillor Smith's comments about some of the representations that Councillor Moylan made, saying that people have said that there's nothing wrong with our road network, etc. You know, I don't recall that being said, and I think it's not great practice to throw things around like that. Anyway, let's move on. So this year has been a particular challenge, and I know I'm just trying to step up a little bit. So 2022 was the wettest year for the 10 previous years. And at this point in 2025, at least in Mossvale, we are on track to beat the rainfall in 2022. Just saying that to put some context to this. We all know the challenges. We know the challenges of rain. I know that when we have a lot of rain, we have potholes open up. We've had those discussions in the past. And I just want to put that context. In terms of the proposed bus tour, Councillor Moylan said we'd be visiting all of the towns and villages, that's 17 of them, and meeting to committee members. Now, I think there's no way we get close to visiting all the towns and villages in a day. And I actually think by showing, I gather we'd be heading out to Canyon Lee. And look, I understand I travel to Canyon Lee, but I think we would actually be causing more angst amongst the community than we'd be solving by necessarily selecting areas to visit and leaving others out. We've got a massive road network. We wouldn't be able to cover more than a quarter of it in a day. And we'd just be causing more angst and people saying, but why are you visiting them and not visiting me? So with apologies to Councillor Moylan, I don't think this motion is leadership at all. It's, we know real leadership on this would be to look at the budget, look at the detail of the budget, make a proposal as to how you want to reprioritise money, if that's what you want to do, and to actually liaise with your fellow councillors. I did not have any correspondence from you on this motion before today, and you know, we are spending a lot of time in council meetings looking at things that just pop up in a business paper a week before a meeting, and there is no discussion to be able to get some sort of quorum to support these matters. So we end up having, you know, pretty much cold debate in a meeting like this, with things having not been discussed amongst ourselves. If we really want to get things done, and I mentioned this last council meeting, it's not a kind of show and tell of putting a motion into a business paper. It's about really working with your fellow councillors to get things done, not doing cold requests like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Farrell.
With all due respect to Councillor Moylan, I'm sure she's put this motion forward the best of intentions. However, a bus trip around the Shire, I believe, in my opinion, is a dumb idea. It would serve no worthwhile purpose.
And what is your point of order?
15.11D, insult and an unfavourable to a councillor. I ask Councillor Farrell to that, please.
I did prefix it with it was my opinion, and it still remains my opinion.
Okay, I will uphold that point of order. Councillor Farrell, you can continue.
I can continue?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. There are over 1,450 roads in the Shire. Which ones are being suggested we not visit? There would not be a motorist in the Shire that is not aware that probably 80% of our roads have potholes and other road damage. To have a look at roads in Kenyon Lee in isolation and take action on such assessment would be unjust in other locations. Road repairs and maintenance is a complex undertaking and would not be solved by us spending a number of hours driving around in a bus. Let me assure the people of Kenyon Lee, I have driven not only the roads in Kenyon Lee, but all the roads in the Shire. I don't need to go on a bus trip. I agree that we have a real problem with road repairs and maintenance. And it will not be solved with the proposed bus trip. We all need to work constructively with council staff to come up with the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Did anybody have anything further? Councillor Russell.
I really actually appreciate the points that you just made, Councillor Farrell, about the fact that we probably couldn't attend to all of the Shire's roads that need attention in one day. However, I do support this initiative from Councillor Moylan on the following grounds. Our roads are our identified priority, our roads and transport network. It's very stressful to be driving around some of our roads in the current condition because of the perfect storm of events that have unfolded in this area. This is not a judgment on any one party, because clearly we're part of metropolitan Sydney and there's a large road network. It is more that as councillors we are able to demonstrate empathy with our community who, due to the perfect storm of weather events, a system whereby we have seen delays to identifying where the Category 5 roads are on a scale of 1 to 5 of road quality as whether they are serviceable or not, has not been able to be accurately assessed because of a mix of the way that we're calculating and identifying our priorities in our budget that's been discussed with me is that we are prioritising by amount of road usage, so volume of traffic on a road, and also whether what the average of a road is over the length as to what category it is, and from intersection to intersection. And we know that when we have a very long country road, that means that you average out and lose the points where a road is completely unserviceable, particularly to ambulances. The intention in the notice of motion here is for us to get community observers, so local knowledge, from different villages and towns to help us identify in the short term, while our new technology system is coming on board, where those Category 5 sections of road are, so that we can prioritise them in the short term while our own systems are lacking in that assessment. It's the benefit of local knowledge. It's the benefit of the people who actually use the roads being able to say, if we needed to show you these 3 sections of road in our community, these are the very worst, where you can't, if a car's coming the other way, then there's no way to traverse slowly. It's, we
Councillor
tend
Russell,
to...
I'll just remind you your time is up.
Thank you.
Do you have a conclusion?
Yes, we tend to rely on technology a lot these days, and sometimes we can just come back to using the best resource at our disposal, our local knowledge, to help inform our priorities on our priorities. That's why I support this motion.
Okay, thank you. I would like to move a procedural motion for a short break. Can I get a seconder? Okay, Councillor Duffy, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell and Councillor Smith and Councillor Foley. Are those against? Councillor Kent. That motion is carried. We'll take a 10-minute break and 5-minute break, and we'll reopen the meeting at 5:32 p.m. I will reopen the meeting at 5:38 p.m. and we were in item 10.2. My apologies. We're in item 10.1, the Wingecarribee Roads Assessment and Bus Tour for councillors. I'll just remind councillors that we do have a fair number of items to still get through tonight, so just be mindful of the time as we go on. So this item 10.1, I move a motion that the item be put. Can I have a seconder for that one? Councillor Duffy.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, my right of reply.
If we've had a seconder to put the motion, does the right of reply stand? Councillor Duffy. Okay. All right. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to those councillors who contributed to the debate. I want to make it clear that I have no doubt that staff are working very hard on this, particularly the outside workers. There is no doubt in my mind about this. The reason I've put this motion forward is for the councillors to come onto the same page. There have been comments made that reallocation of funds is bizarre, reckless to go into roads, and there has been a disparity of views. So this is about the councillors, not about the staff. Now, firstly, the strategy documents that we all approved very clearly, as I said, put roads as the top priority. Our actions don't seem to be matching our words as councillors. We need to actually take action to make them a priority. We heard about the asset management technology from the director. Thank you very much. As I said in May when this was passed, it's great technology so that we get a better idea of the condition of roads, but what is the point if as councillors we are not prioritising our money into roads? The State of the Roads report, that was brought back. It was initially started in the first Mayoral Minute in October last year. It was brought back in May. That was our opportunity to act on that State of the Roads report, but we didn't. We didn't prioritise the money into roads. This brings me to the overall point. It's a matter of needs versus wants. Our spend as councillors, we are directing it to wants instead of needs. Council are the only body who can fix these roads. Private enterprise can't. We've got other items on the agenda tonight, councillors, that are clearly wants. We need to start exercising financial discipline and align our decisions with the community's priorities. In terms of leadership, I hear a lot about the rain and the challenges with rain. There's no disputing that. However, we need to start looking at solutions and not analysis on our challenges. There has always been rain, there has always been natural disasters, there always will be. This is not the problem. What we need to start controlling is our own budget. That is within our control, and we can do it right here, right now. In terms of the councillors' contribution to the debate, thank you very much. Councillor Smith, you mentioned that you thought this tour was a waste of time and resources. As I've just outlined, this is the priority number one of the community. So in my mind, what the community's priorities are is ours.
Thank you, Councillor Moylan. That is time, and I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Foley. That motion is lost. We now move on to item 10.2, the Development Assessment and Regulation Notice of Motion. The motion is on page 101 of the agenda. Can I have a mover for that item? Councillor Russell, and a seconder? Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell.
I would like to move it with, I wanted to move it with a change. Is that too late for me to do?
With you, Councillor Moylan, would you agree to a change to the motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Russell?
I'll just, because we've gone out of order, I'll just send it through to governance, and I'll start reading at the same time if that helps. Yes, that Council requests the General Manager structure the forum timely and quality applications, submission, lodgement and RFIs resolved on page 2 of the DA Action Plan adopted by Council on 16th April 2025 as a solution-focused collaborative engagement level workshop under the IAP2 framework, and that this is advertised to all key stakeholders on planning and development matters and is held out of business hours for professional stakeholders who make development applications and those who produce reports and plans that form a part of the application, and with 2 different sessions offered for stakeholders. Point 2, include in the monthly development assessment tracking report, reporting on the register for undetermined Section 68 and Section 138 applications, including measures of lead and lag indicators of the average monthly timeframes for completion of Section 68 and Section 138 assessments. And 3, investigate the creation of fact sheets for all development applications and Section 68 applications, similar to the user-friendly matrix provided by Shoalhaven Council that identifies all documentation required for efficient processing and approval throughout the development assessment process. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, I believe I actually left out one word that I fixed when I reread it, which was in point 2. It's after including measures of lead and lag indicators.
Okay, Councillor Russell, are you happy with the wording on the screen?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, do you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, and before I speak to it, I wish to ask a couple of questions, and I regret having to do this too, but through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, has Council management been yet made aware that on the 11th of August 2025, the Mayor visited Harbison Burradoo, and during conversation with 3 staff and a resident, with other residents and staff in the room, he stated that there are too many older people in the Southern Highlands and explained that there was a new policy in development to prioritise younger people?
I'm not sure that this is relevant to the motion that we have.
It is, and I'll explain it. If you could pass my question through, Deputy Mayor, it's very important to the outcome of this, and some of the reasonings behind it.
Okay, General Manager, do you accept that question or no? Okay.
So I will take it as they're not. So on that basis that event did happen, I can speak to this motion now. On the basis that this alleged event happened, there is perceived concern that in the community, because these statements were made in a public place on the 11th of August, that the delays in a particular delay for Harbison have been caused due to, in part, due to a policy by council.
The relevance of the statement and the line of debating right now is not directly related to the motion that we have on the table.
It is part of the reason for the transparency in the...
Councillor Smith, did you have a question?
Please. I'm concerned we're getting involved in specific DA matters also, and that feels very inappropriate to me. Through you,
General Manager.
I may defer to the director, but councillors are aware of the line, Councillor Russell, between operational and strategic. And councillors clearly sit in the policy and strategic space. And any inference that the Mayor is fettering staff's work in any way is, I'm speechless. So the staff operate independently of the political body. We're here to provide you with frank and fearless advice. And I have full confidence in the director and his staff to do their job independently, but within the policies of council and the legislative framework. Director, is there anything else you would like to add?
For you, General Manager, I second the comments of the General Manager, and I take offence with some of the statements that have been made, particularly around slowing and delaying based on demographic. I totally reject comments like that. My staff are professional.
Thank you. And
Just point of order, point of clarification. I didn't actually say that. I asked if council were aware of a certain thing, but to the point at hand, to the director's point at hand, the statements have led to a very concerning perception of something which in part...
I think I might have to stop you there. This is not directly related, and the General Manager and the Director have addressed the concern that you are raising. Councillor Farrell, you had a question?
I object strenuously to the comments that Councillor Russell made about the Mayor. It's hearsay. It's got no right to be aired here. He's not here to defend himself, and she's got no right to say those things. It's hearsay.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, if we could get back to the motion that we have in front of us regarding development assessment and regulation. Councillor Russell, did you have any specific comments that you wished to make further on this item?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. With the laser eye focus on DA timeframes, we have missed the whole... we are in extraordinary circumstance in the Wingecarribee. In city areas where the Minister rightly has most of his attention, all that matters in order to get a construction certificate in a timely manner is for the DA approval. Yet in the Wingecarribee, because we are the water manager and the sewer manager and so forth, equally critical to someone being able to get their construction certificate and get their home built and their dreams built is the Section 68s and the Section 138s. The reason that I raised the example previously is that when our transparency is our greatest defence against any perception in the community that there is bias in any decision making. Now, I regretted that I had to raise that here, but these issues are best not left to underhand murmurings in the community when statements are made in public places. It is really important that we are transparent about addressing them, that we address them with reporting, and this motion is a way of ensuring that we have that transparent reporting as has been a concern by certifiers who are looking over quite a large number of development applications. The reason, and I would like to say that I do really appreciate the hard work that staff are doing in this space. With the workshop, there was questions as to why it needed to be explicit that this would be a collaborative framework. Now, this is one of our identified priorities, and articulating the collaborative nature of a workshop with key stakeholders when there is so much anxiety around these issues, because they have had such delays that are improving, but nevertheless they have had such delays that have caused such anxiety for people. So this enables us the solution to anxiety is always surety, and that is why I've stipulated openly that our intention is to do it collaboratively. And to the last point, the fact sheet for development applications, while we are exploring Daisy, it is noted in feedback that we have had already that we are still in a really preliminary stage with that, and it's not necessarily meeting the needs of our customers.
Thank you,
So
Councillor
fact
Russell.
sheets
That
have
is time.
provided very successful for Shoalhaven.
Okay. Further, just in regards to a conversation that happened previously, I do believe that the comments that you made about the Mayor and regarding DAs could constitute or do constitute an act of disorder, where a councillor insults, makes unfavourable personal comments about or imputes improper motive to any other councillor. I would like to ask you to apologise or retract your comments.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In relation to this matter, they are statements that were made in a public press. I'm not imputing, I am stating that information is publicly available in front of numerous people. So it's not imputing anything. They're statements, and I will. So that's it's a fact.
Okay, I do still believe that does constitute hearsay. So the options are that you can apologise or retract if you wish.
Well, I will retract them until further information is brought to light, noting that there's concern due to the outstanding Section 68s that have meant that people have felt unable to be candid about their reporting on this matter.
Okay. So we'll note that the statements have been retracted that Councillor Russell has previously made. Councillor Farrell, did you have something?
The whole comment was out of order, and I've already stated that, and it's hearsay, and it's got no right to be made in this chamber without the Mayor being here to defend himself. When people make statements like that without any qualification to say that there's people there that are here that saw it, it can be backed up, you've got no right whatsoever to imply wrongdoing by the Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
And you can shake your head and do whatever you like, but as far as I'm concerned, it was out of order, and it's got no right to be aired in this chamber without some evidence.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Does anybody wish to speak further on the item that we have in front of us, the notice of motion? Okay, Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to commend Councillor Russell on the leadership shown in putting forward this motion. It is a fact that Wingecarribee Shire is the slowest in the state with DAs, and it is a fact that the DA delays are intersecting everything in our community: families, businesses, mums and dads, young people. So we must do everything we can to address this. And I think this motion is in line with something that I understand staff have already planned to do. So it's actually a bringing together of councillors, the community and staff.
Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Foley. That motion is lost. We now move on to item 10.3, the Nunangulla Regional Art Gallery Review. Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith, if you'd
I'll
like to
recuse
leave.
myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so item 10.3, the motion is on page 103 of the agenda. Do I have a mover for this one? Councillor Moylan, and a seconder? Councillor Russell. Councillor Moylan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a couple of questions. First of all, Deputy Mayor, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager. Why didn't we do the review of the Nunangulla Regional Art Gallery funding between March and June 2025 this year?
To you, General Manager.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. As outlined in the staff response, Councillor Moylan, the resolution of the council on the 17th of April said to ensure that council complies with its obligations under the deed, and then we fast forward through the rest of the words, the matter be subject of review in conjunction with the 25-26 budget process. The next paragraph goes on, Councillor Moylan, to state that where the administrator intended a review to take place as part of the draft budget preparation, there are other examples where he explicitly stated that as a matter of convention. And then it went on. Further in the staff response, you will see that council should also note that the executed deed between council and the gallery states that the review date for the deed is the 31st of August 2026, which aligns with the review being undertaken in the 25-26 financial year. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, General Manager. My other question through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager is, does the art gallery funding arrangement have any governance issues for council?
To you, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. What I would say is that the deed was prepared by lawyers. The deed has been executed appropriately. So I do not see that there are governance issues. The deed requires that the gallery provide annual reporting to the council, which they do, they have done and they do, and that is provided in the council's annual report, which is presented to the council. You will receive your first annual report at the November council meeting ahead of its lodgement with the OLG on the 30th of November.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, to assist with that question. I have been a party to discussions when mention has been made of governance issues with the funding agreement and perhaps the impact on employment issues. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, is that something you recall?
Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. If Councillor Moylan, if you are aware of any governance issues, I would encourage you to raise those appropriately, either directly with myself or with the Manager of Governance.
Thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'll speak to the motion.
Certainly, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, I want to, at the outset, be clear that my motivation for this notice of motion is governance, but also financial responsibility. It certainly is not a reflection on my views of art. In fact, I'm a descendant of an artist, and He was an artist on the First Fleet who came out for his artistry work. So the talent stopped at me, but art plays a big part in my family and in my personal life. Moving on to the reasons for this notice of motion. Firstly, governance. We must observe previous resolutions. There is a semantic debate, I understand, on the term budget process versus financial year. I won't get into that. The bigger issue, however, is decision making. Whenever there's a deed in place, a contract in place, a funding arrangement in place, or something we've done for a long time, it's always worth to zoom out, review, and in this case, make sure that both parties to that deed are indeed getting what they need and want, if anything has changed, and check if those funds are better used in another project. Also, we need to have a principled approach to these decisions to avoid any bias. In my time here, a lot of organisations and people come to us asking for money. And the one constant is that each organisation and each person will benefit from that money. We need to apply a principled approach. And that means looking at guidelines when we review a decision such as this. Rather than just looking at Nunangala Art Gallery, we need to look at the macro environment and as I said, check that both parties are getting what they need, but also where that money can be best spent for the whole Shire. Lastly, context. We need to see this art gallery funding in context. It is a fact that we are presently forecasting $5.9 million deficit in our operating budget. And we are tonight also looking at transferring $11.4 million from our reserves to the working capital. So clearly, we are not in a position to be spending money on wants. We must exercise financial discipline for this Shire to be healthy financially and for us to deliver on what is needed. The art gallery, as I can see it, is standing on its own 2 feet, which is great. So we need to review this
Thank you, Councillor
and then
Moylan.
make
that
some
is
clear
time.
decisions. Thank
I'll
you.
now put the motion. All those in favour?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, you would usually ask for people to debate, the councillors to debate this item?
I didn't see any indication from other councillors that they wish to participate in this item. So the item has been moved. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll take a step back then. Did anybody else wish to speak on this item? Okay. In that case, the motion-
Deputy Mayor, I'll speak to my right of reply.
Right of reply. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, timing is critical here. If we do
Sorry,
the
Councillor
review...
Kent, you've pulled out a point of order. I'll refer to
Point of
governance.
order,
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, we're already in one point of
councillors
order.
must
We need to
refer
resolve
to a
this
clause.
point of order before we move on to a second point of order.
I
will
beg to
refer
differ, Deputy Mayor.
governance.
Councillors must
I will
refer to a
refer-
clause in the Code of Meeting Practice as I've been advised.
Okay.
You need to quote the clause for a point of order.
Okay,
Just
so-
making a comment is not actually
Thank you, Councillor
covered in the
Moylan.
Code of Meeting
Councillor
Practice.
Kent, do you have the item number? No?
Surely, I'm asking governance through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, whether the right of reply exists when there's been no discussion. It wouldn't seem very sensible to me.
I'd like to defer to the General Manager here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and to our governance expert. Thanks, Ms Lidgard.
The opportunity for a right of replies to respond to issues or matters that have been raised during the debate. Given that there's no debate, there would be no right of reply.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, I would like to move a procedural motion for an extension of time to discuss this motion, please.
Do we have a seconder for this procedural motion? Councillor Russell, I will now put that to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, how long are you moving that for?
1 minute, thank you.
1 minute. Okay, Councillor Russell, do you still second that? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, all those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent and Councillor Foley. That amendment is lost. I will now put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, all those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent and Councillor Foley. That motion is lost. Councillor Smith may return to the chambers if anyone can catch her eye out there. Okay. We're now up to item 12.1, which is the confidential. Sorry. Okay, we're ready. So we're now up to item 12.1, which is the confidential general manager's performance review. The recommendation is on page 107 of the agenda. I move a procedural motion that council, in accordance with section 10A brackets 1 of the Local Government Act 1993, close the meeting to the public to consider item 12.1, general manager's performance review, and permit Kath Roach of SINC Solutions Pty Limited to address the meeting for the purpose of answering questions of council in relation to the item, in accordance with sections 10A, 2A of the Local Government Act, on the grounds that the item relates to personnel matters concerning particular individuals. I seek a seconder on that item. Councillor Duffy, thank you. I now put that to the vote.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. I'd like to invoke clause 14.9 of the Code of Meeting Practice.
Okay, so okay, thank you, Councillor Moylan. We're moving on to that now. So we have received an application from a member of the public to make representations as to whether this part of the meeting should be closed to the public. Accordingly, I invite Mr Onisfru to make those representations to council. Is he present? No. Okay. Well, in that case, I will put the procedural motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Champion. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we'll now close the meeting to the public. And I will kindly ask the gallery to leave also. Thank you. Okay, so the meeting is reopened at 7:38 p.m. Council considered the matter and resolved the following: that Council receive and note the General Manager Performance Review Panel's report. Number 2, Council note the performance review process was facilitated by Ms Kath Roach of Zinc Solutions. 3, Council notes the General Manager's performance for the review period as determined by the panel was highly effective in the performance categories 1 to 6 inclusive and effective in performance category 7. 4, the General Manager be offered on the existing terms of employment a new contract of employment consistent with the standard contract of employment for General Managers issued by the Office of Local Government for a period of 5 years with a 3.5% remuneration increase equivalent to the statutory and other officers' remuneration, executive officers, holders and senior executives sought decision on 22nd of July 2025 effective immediately. 5, the Mayor be delegated the authority to finalise and sign all relevant documentation as required. 6, Mr John Elvey, the independent panel member, be thanked for his service during the performance review process for the 2024-25 review. 7, the Mayor and General Manager finalise the 2025-26 General Manager Performance Agreement. Okay, we now move back to general business and where I move a procedural motion to bring forward the following items. Items 9.1, 9.2, 9.14, 9.15, 9.16 and 9.21. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Kent, all those in favour?
Sorry, are we voting on those without?
No, just to move them forward to deal with them first because they're priority items.
Right.
Oh, yes. Perhaps General Manager, you have something to add.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So, councillors, we have a number of items that still need to be dealt with through this meeting. What we've identified is that the items that the Deputy Mayor just read out are the items that we must deal with either today or tomorrow because of statutory requirements and or other operational imperatives. Items 9.9, 9.11 and 9.22, they can be held over until the October meeting. Given that it's now 7:41 and the meeting needs to conclude at 8 o'clock, depending on where we land tonight with those 6 items that we need to deal with, we'll need to reconvene tomorrow. So adjourn the meeting in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice and then reconvene tomorrow. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. So I'll put that to the vote. We're all those for the procedural motion to bring them forward. Yes, it was Councillor Kent. Okay, Councillor, that's carried unanimously. So we'll now move to item 9.1, the draft 2024-25 financial statements for release to audit. The recommendation is on page 7 of the agenda. Can I get a mover? Councillor Kent. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Duffy. Oh, there was Councillor. Sorry, I believe there was a move with the change for that item. Is that correct? Okay, my apologies. I went too fast there. No, item 9.1.
Sorry, I don't have a change, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I know you've had a very long meeting. In the officer's recommendation for 9.1, you will read point 2. It says the Mayor and Deputy Mayor be authorised to sign the statement by councillors. The Deputy Mayor is currently fulfilling the role of the Mayor. By statutory, we're required to have a second councillor sign the financial statements to go off to audit. As a suggestion, and it's up to the council to make that decision, Councillor Kent is the councillor rep on the ARIC, and Councillor Kent was with the ARIC when the financial statements were discussed, but the council will need to resolve to have a councillor to fulfil that second councillor role, if that makes sense. So the Deputy Mayor will sign as the Mayor, fulfilling that role, but we need a second signatory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So in that case, I'd like to put forward an amendment to change item number 2, that the deputy mayor and Councillor Kent be authorised to sign. Okay, can I get a seconder for that, Councillor Duffy? Councillor Kent, do you accept the nomination?
I do. I note these matters are in draft, so they're not signing off final statements. They're there to be put forward to the auditors. So in that context, I'm comfortable.
Thank you. So I'll now put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, that's carried unanimously. So now the motion, Councillor Kent.
I propose the motion as recommended by the officers. I had other things to say, wanted to say, but in the interests of time, the materials are draft materials, so they go off to the auditors to get them properly reviewed. There's very many good things in the material as compared to last financial year, which is the first set of documents that we looked at as a council last October. But I note they're in draft, and in the interest of time, I'd rather just move forward with this now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have some questions. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager. Why were we not briefed on this important decision?
To you, General Manager.
Councillor Moylan, could you clarify which important decision?
The financial statements, and particularly the release of reserves, internal reserves.
Okay, General Manager.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll ask the CFO to explain, Councillor Moylan, the process that we're going through.
Deputy Mayor, sorry, that's a question I expect the General Manager to be able to answer, why we weren't briefed on this decision.
Councillor Moylan, the report that's before you presents the draft financial statements. They were presented to the ARIC the other week. They're before you. We don't have councillor briefings, as you'd be aware. We have strategic sessions, we have professional development sessions. The report is being brought forward to you for your information tonight and your endorsement to send off the draft financials. There's not a,
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Another question. The financial indicators in the report, they're scenarios to the General Manager. They're not actuals. And assuming the temporary release of funds from internal reserves, what would the benchmark be? Where would we be performing according to the benchmark for the operating performance?
Okay, General Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just with, I should clarify in case it's not clear. The reason why we're releasing funds from the reserves is to forward fund the works that have been approved through the DFRA that we are yet to receive funding for. So Council has entered into a tripartite agreement. Moving forward, the funds will be released early. Going backwards in time, we didn't have the benefit of the tripartite agreement, which meant we had to forward fund to ensure that our community was not disadvantaged. So releasing those funds from those reserves enables that work on the roads to actually occur. In terms of the benchmarks, it would impact on the first operating ratio. It would, and I had raised this previously in my panel discussion, that we weren't sure that we would meet that first operating ratio. We have through this, and we will recoup the DFRA funds to replenish the reserves. So it's a matter of timing, and that's a non-accountant explanation.
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Another question. I have a few here to the General Manager. What's your confidence level on us being reimbursed with the disaster recovery funds, and what's the timing around that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The timing, I cannot answer that. That's up to the state government. In terms of confidence levels, I've been assured by the Director and the Manager Shire presentation that we will receive those funds going forward.
Okay, thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So is it the case, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, is it the case that if for the time that we don't know that we will receive the reimbursement, that our reserves, the ones indicated, will be without those funds in them?
General Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the reserves are the reserves, and yes, the reserves will be drawn down upon to enable that work to happen. The alternative is we don't do the work and we don't fix the roads.
Thank you, General Manager.
Deputy Mayor, I have two more questions. So I know it's policy and legislative to indicate, to ensure that the works through you, Deputy Manager, to the General Manager, ensure that the funds that are drawn down on from reserves go to works that are relating to those reserve funds. We haven't got that listed in the business paper. Could you please walk that through so that we know that we are actually spending as according to the reserve funds?
Okay, General Manager.
So thank you for the question, Councillor Moylan. With reserves, there are two types of reserves. There are internally restricted reserves, which fall under Council's policy. There are external reserves, which you cannot access. In terms of the detail, you'll have to bear with me because it will be in the notes. So if you can give me a few minutes and we'll have a look.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Russell.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, just for transparency's sake, is the 1.65 million in outstanding claims still being treated as part of our working capital position?
General Manager. Oh, sorry, you were already looking up.
So within your reports, Councillor, there's a table. It has internal reserves and it lists the source of the reserve. It also has the amount. So if you look in your report, you will see financial assistance grants is 2.86, plant reserves 2.86, property development 2.73, capital works reserve 2.76 and election reserve 0.09 million. And they're all internally restricted, so therefore it's within Council's remit to use. Now, Councillor Russell, I missed your question.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, and for transparency, is the 1.65 million in outstanding claims being treated as part of our working capital position?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Again, I believe it's in the report before you. Let me find the page. It won't be a second.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, I couldn't actually find that precise statement, which is why I asked. Well, if it is, maybe I ask, what would our benchmarks ratios be if we treat this as a doubtful debt and remove that net sum from the balance sheet? So have a working capital position of 4.32 million.
So, Councillor, it would diminish our operating performance ratio, clearly.
Thank you, General Manager.
Deputy Mayor, I have a question, and I think my question earlier was misunderstood. So what I'm, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager, I'd like to understand what projects will the reserves money be spent on?
Okay, General Manager.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor, thank you for the question. The reserves are reserves, as the name implies. It's a reserve for future projects or possible projects. So no projects are impacted on because it's a reserve.
Okay, thank you, General Manager.
I think I've been misunderstood through you, Deputy Mayor, to the General Manager. So what will the money be spent on? To draw down on a reserve fund, as I understand it, it must be spent on a project relating to that reserve fund.
General Manager.
So Councillor, the reserves, so as I explained, we have internal reserves, which are set by Council through a policy. There is flexibility in that to draw down on those, to direct them towards what is needed, and it's a temporary drawdown. If it was, say, a externally restricted reserve, say a water fund or a sewer fund, domestic waste levy, then they're restricted, so you can only use it for those purposes, whether it be wastewater or sewer. The reserve is there to fund projects. So when you look at the budget, you will see that there are funded projects which are using funds. We also have reserves, which are there as a reserve. Now, they may be used to fund future things. So say in the property reserve, that could be used to purchase easements, as you've seen, where we might have to purchase a road reserve or a easement for water. So I don't know if I can make it any clearer, but they are reserves. It's like a pot of money, but it's not allocated to a particular thing. What I would draw the council's attention to, it's a temporary drawdown to use that fund to deliver essential works, roads, while we wait for the reimbursement. And that's the reason why the release is coming to council.
Okay, thank you, General Manager.
Deputy Mayor, I have another question through you to the General Manager. If we didn't do this drawdown on the reserves, what would the percentage variance be for the operating performance budget?
General Manager, is that a question you've answered?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, because it all depends on how much you're drawing down and at what period of time.
Okay, thank you, General Manager.
I think I've been misunderstood, Deputy Mayor. So a couple of months ago, I saw, and this is a way to explain my question, I saw a figure that we were 10% under the benchmark for our operating performance budget. And that is before this drawdown from the reserves. So as at 30th of June, if we didn't do this adjustment, what would the percentage variance to the benchmark be for the operating performance budget?
Deputy Mayor, I can't give you a percentage variance, but what I can say is that we wouldn't meet that benchmark.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. All right, I will now put the motion. All those in favour?
Deputy Mayor, excuse me, you need to ask if there's any submissions.
I'm sorry.
Debate, if anybody wants to talk to this. I've just asked questions.
Did anybody wish to speak to this item? I will remind councillors that we'll be closing this session in 3 minutes. And I would prefer to put this item to the vote tonight.
No, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I will speak to it. This is the most important decision of the night, so I will take that 3 minutes. Thank you.
Point of order, speaking over a councillor. I'm not sure how to uphold it, but okay, go ahead, Councillor Malone.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do not support this recommendation to dip into reserves to support the working capital budget. Firstly, we have received inadequate information. We have been presented this for the first time, whether it's a briefing session or a workshop. We needed to be afforded a discussion on this so that every councillor understands asset contracts, reserves, internal, restricted, external reserves. It also lacks specificity. It doesn't detail what the reserves will be spent on, and it doesn't explain how $11.3 million will be spent. Spend control. The underlying fundamental issue I have with this is that we have another option here. We don't need to move this 11.3 money out of reserves, which is exactly that, to prop up the working capital. We can decide to put projects on hold to the value of 11.3 and still meet our benchmarks, but put projects on hold. The PIO requires financial discipline. The chair of the ARIC urged us to exercise this, as well as the GM facilitator we had in a workshop. We need to stop blaming external factors. We can control our own budget. It just requires discipline and hard work. We are forecasted for a deficit of $5.9 million this year, and we're taking out $11.3 million for last year. We were in a deficit last year. We're in a deficit in 2023, 2024. This is a gamble. We don't know how or when we will get the money back from the Disaster Recovery Fund. We've already got a red flag that $500,000 we were ineligible for, and now we have to write it off. We need stronger leadership here. We need all of the information put forward to us. We need other options put forward to us, and that is controlling our budget and stopping spending on wants and pausing it until we catch up. We cannot continue year after year, deficit after deficit, and dipping into reserves to prop up a working capital. And I'll draw an example of another time when we had a lot of disasters, natural disasters. The 2019 and 2020 bushfires and pandemic, we actually delivered a surplus of $5 million. And we also delivered a lot of rate reductions for ratepayers and rate relief. And we were still able to manage our budget. We need to exercise this financial discipline.
Okay,
no
thank you,
more
Councillor
excuses.
Moylan. That is your 3 minutes. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith, Councillor Foley. Those against? Councillor Moylan. That motion is carried. We will reconvene tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. to complete the remaining items on the agenda, and I'll now call the meeting to a close at 8 p.m. Thank you.